Alrighty, greetings everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, I would like to do a few things. Number one, first and foremost, let me just double check the audio track, make sure it's correct. It looks like it is. Before, I was just about to, yeah, right. Let's not mess this up. I'd like to thank Mr. MonkeyFunk40, Mr. Rowan Darcy, and Michael DS for their continued Prime Gaming subscriptions. You guys, I really hope you get to enjoy all of the sweet benefits that come along with, oh, No wonder. Yeah, I think some sounds have been muted. We'll have to fix that afterwards. But please do enjoy all of the lovely benefits that come along with your subscription. And while I do not have any patrons or one-off contributors, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby on Coffee for their continued coffee membership. If you guys want your names read on these placards, you want them on the placard as part of the appreciation, any membership or Twitch subscription or one-off donation on any platform is more than enough to get you there. The only thing that I don't have a placard for is bits, and that is because bits are, well, self-celebratory, so to speak. Now, we got some stuff that I probably need to handle, so let's see. Yeah, this crashed again is what it is. I'm not surprised. It happens when I tend to unplug and replug things a lot. All right. Just make sure I'm all in. So, last time on The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like I'm too far back. That's what it is. Maybe something like that. Not 100% sure. I always feel like I've got some bit of this set up just a little bit wonky. Yeah, it's definitely over here. I'm like slightly catty corner to the game screen. I swear I'll get this right and I'll stop moving around. Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You thought I was going to say Breath of the Wild, didn't you? Last time we finally wrapped things up in Hateno. We finished with the last of the Korok seeds, and we began exploring the various caves that were in the Lanayru mountain region. Now, we did spend a little bit less time gaming than I would like, so I'm hoping today we can take care of that. We can strap in, lock in, and get comfortable. As much as I like the joking around, and I do like the company that we're keeping, gotta get to work. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, but all play and no work makes Jack a lazy boy. Let's not do that. So, on our docket today is we're going to finish with the lightroots for most of the shrines that we have gone through. There are two that are outside the regions that we... Sorry, I'm getting my regions mixed up here. There are two shrines that are outside the confines of where our map is, so we will be getting the lightroots for those later. I have already marked the ones that I want to engage with. After that, our next stop is Akala. And I look forward to showing you guys many things there, including the subject of today's thumbnail. But we got to get through the depths first. As a bit of an update on bookkeeping, I did already record the first episode of the Elden Ring Reforged routing series. So... the way I'm going to kind of treat that routing series is I'm going to basically like set that up as a premiere. It's kind of going, there's not going to be any commentary with it or anything. It's just going to be me showing the routing for purposes related to showing any officials I need to present like a challenge run to, hey, this is what I did. No edits, no fluff, no fuss. The only attractive thing is the thumbnails. And that's pretty much it. Greetings to both Mr. Jason and Alan. Welcome on into the two of you. Hopefully, you two are doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You two have come in just in time. We are getting ready to fly. We're getting ready to fly off to our first, or technically our second light route down here. But hopefully things are going well in your little slices of planet Earth today. I'm doing okay. My little bit of terra firma is much the same, you know, a constant dumpster fire. I jest. It's a little bit of, you know, anti-patriotic humor, let's call it. Outside of the little bit of a trash fire that we're dealing with, things are the same locally for me. You know, wake up, make thumbnails, do content, prepare for client jobs, hang out with friends. Rinse and repeat ad nauseum is basically what we're working with. Basically what I look forward to each and every day. And of course, the wonderful company that you all provide me. You got, I do this I stream as much for my own mental health as I do for your entertainment. And I do hope I can provide some entertainment today. After the stream, I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of a precursor. I am going to cut and run after today's stream, so no raiding out or anything. I need to get the other recording online, so I'm going to be busy. I got projects to do, places to go, things to see, and not that I don't want to raid out, it's just I'm having to pick and choose my battles. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin is soaring to new heights. A good joke is part of a well-balanced breakfast. Now, I'm probably going to, I'm still going to engage with the jokes, but I'm probably not going to offer much of a retort to some of them. I'd like today to be a bit more of a lock-in and focus day. We have a lot I want to get done. Last episode, it was really fun. I really enjoyed talking with everyone. But I do think we've definitely suffered in the productivity department. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm clearly not in frame for a lot of it. Gotta fix that. But outside of, you know, stream logistics, I'm looking forward to rebooting projects and, you know, starting over. I'm even going to put those projects on Patreon and Ko-fi, so that way no matter what platform you guys are on, you guys will have the content. Oh boy, yep, I think I want to take a right here. Hold on. So I know which shrine or which light route we were just at. So, if you guys want to follow along and you're not using a resource already, if you guys type in TotK map, you will get the object map, which is very, very useful for following along as we collect Koroks, visit lightroots, check out mines, find towns, bargainer statues, you name it. You name it, it's on there. You could even search for it. You'll even learn some new things while you search, like what the correct name for many actor objects is. Sorry, let me go ahead and demonstrate that. And I'll also do that for the YouTube peeps. For you guys on Twitch, if you want a list of the commands that we have available to the public, there are 2 ways to access those. The first is to join the Discord server that I have. I have a channel that is just for seeing the commands. And it's available to the public, no onboarding required. The other method is to type in !Firebot commands if you're on Twitch, and you'll get a hyperlink that you can click on, and that hyperlink has a list of all the publicly available commands that are active. I believe if you're a moderator, you get a more expansive list of even the ones that aren't considered active at the moment. That said, I have a private list of those. If moderators would prefer, I send them snaps. Or ideally, if they're a moderator on the Discord server as well, they will already have access to that in their own channel. I try to provide resources for everybody, and I have resources ranging from spreadsheets, listing all of the unique recipes for Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't make the resource, but I did find the resource. And of course, I do try to give credit. Mr. NK sourced us with the object map. Mr. Shiny and Mr. Jason both sourced r/Hyrule Engineering. And those are available through !Engineering and !Works. If you guys want various blueprints to things. I have all kinds of stuff set up. Mr. Jason says, just so you know, Mr. Coin, you don't know how long that you'll be around for today's stream. You're feeling low. You've been feeling quite low energy today. I'm sorry that you feel, particularly drained, Mr. Jason. I hope everything's all right, and you're not sick or depressed or something. You can chat to me in private if you want. If it's something that you can vent about. Otherwise, I hope you get to feeling better. Sooner rather than later, or even if it's just like general fatigue. I have days like that too. All is okay? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Just feeling a little tired today. I hear you. My eye is twitching like crazy and has been twitching for probably like the last couple of hours. And I have been feeling a little bit extra tired due to ocular strain today. I do not know why I am undergoing extra ocular strain apart from, gaming. Gaming really brings out. If you want an activity you should probably avoid if you've got easily fatigued eyeballs, it's gaming. Read or, listen to audiobooks or something that doesn't require eyeballs. Because I'm definitely feeling it today. At least we've got good company and good drink. For just anyone that's feeling up to it, no sweat if you can't. Here's a good little wake-up question. / engagement question. I need to, kind of turn around and head down. Doesn't reading also require eyeballs? I guess it does, but I know there aren't... You know what? No, it would be bright pages with dark text, right? It's like the high contrast, right? I'm definitely, as you can tell, I'm very much not 5-head today. It does require eyeballs, yes, absolutely. And if you're listening to an audiobook, you're very much not reading, you're listening. Alan says you read with your fingers. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Braille, right? I wish I could read Braille. I mean, I can feel the bumps, but I don't know what any of the patterns mean. More than anything. Oh, you were making a joke. Fair enough. But reading with your fingers is another way to read. I'll give out the claps for that one. I remember in school, when I was in high school literature, I'm pretty sure it would have been 10th grade, we watched a video on Helen Keller, and we learned deaf-blind sign. And it wasn't sign language, although I should probably learn that at some point. You could actually like make individual letters with your hands. I remember. I don't think I could show what those letters are now. These days, just because it's been a long time. But I'm sure if I, put my mind to it and, used every finger, every tactile sensation I had, I could conjure up the deafblind speak again. Hey there, Lucas Soccer. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Lucas says, hey, Coin, sorry I'm a little late. You were busy cleaning? No worries. Take your time. I will be here until I can't. Everybody knows this. Or will know it if they soon don't. But I hope the cleaning went well. And I hope you're doing well in body and mind today. Speaking of greetings to you as well, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. And I hope you enjoy your stay. To Lucas and to Mr. Shiny, how are things in your slice of terra firma today, if you don't mind my asking? Now that we're here, though, here in this land, I can tell you guys, we have actually already been here. If you guys will recall the Master Koga quest line, yeah, that's what this is. That's what this place is. We were already here. We just were here really earlier than I intended to be at first. Mr. Shiny says it's going well. Got a new keyboard today. The old one stopped working. I hear you. Yeah, that sounds rough. I'm glad you got a new keyboard though. Does it go clickety clack clack or, make tactile noises? My main gaming computer has a nice clickety clack keyboard. It makes sounds. It satisfies the it satisfies the stimming that I need. Mr. Shiny says it's more quiet. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with a quiet keyboard. Okay, now that we've I want to say that there shouldn't be any ore here. It was already mined out by the Yiga. What I will do is we're going to fly around and check around a few locations. Just before we turn in. I know there was a bit of there's this circular arena that had an enemy in it. I want to kill that. And a couple of these other mines I also want to check out, just to kind of get them into the rotation, and then we'll be ready to head out to Akala. Is it a new region just absolutely exciting? I sure hope so. Mr. Shiny says, I wish I had a mechanical keyboard, but it's beyond my budget. Fair. You get what you can afford, right? As long as the keyboard works, it doesn't really matter. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, I'm also thinking about learning the way to communicate with deaf people. I won't tell you when I accomplish it, but there will be signs. There will be signs. Fair enough. That was a pretty good one. Pretty seamless too. Alright, so let me actually mark these spots here. I guess one of them would be here. But is that the one I want to start out at? No, let's start out here, then move over to, like, this deep portion. Oh, you know what? I just recognized something. This looks like a bargainer statue. I think this is a bargainer statue. We might as well make sure we grab that while we're here, and then here's the next spot I'm gonna check out, and then we should be all set. I want to minimize the amount of time we're in the depths today, because we should have already been done and dusted on that since yesterday. On a different note, I have a different question. Sorry, I had to think about what way I wanted to ask this. It actually is. That's a sharp observation, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you. So, challenge runs. Speed runs, deathless, hitless runs, or like bingo cards. For those that are like, I don't know what the heck a bingo card is. A bingo card is where you open up the game, right, that you want to play, and you have a preloaded card on the screen or some kind of overlay or something where 25 different objectives, one of them is a free space, and you have to accomplish those 25 different objectives. You have to play bingo with the way you play the game, basically. So my question is this. Are any of those particular things exciting to you? Like, are people avid speedrun enjoyers, or you know, other kind of challenge run enjoyers, or like a good bingo card? I'm merely curious more than anything, because it sort of tells me what I should expect if I ever do make an actual solid return to challenge running. We are going to be throwing a bomb into this. Bombs are just the best way to mine these. We might as well do a little while we're here. And the reason I say that is the mining is gonna help us with too bad we don't get any of the ore when those actually break down. Reason we're doing this mining is mostly so we can make hover bikes as we need them. I feel a sneeze coming on. I think I caught that sneeze. Oh, lemla. Okay, there we go. I think I got it. Yeah, I'm fitting in frame now. Good. Mr. Shiny says, my favorite types of challenge runs are themed runs, where you play through the game with a specific kind of equipment. For example, Pokemon with only fire types, or Zelda with just Zora gear. I see. So you definitely... It sounds like a challenge run would be right up your wheelhouse then. Sorry, I say challenge run, you just described one. So the series that I'm working on in parallel with the Outward, Definitive Edition project I'm working on, is, Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, using only fire and utility spells. And the goal is to complete all the bosses between both between both base Elden Ring and the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC, in order to complete the game. Mr. Jason says, how viable would it be for you to do the spin the wheel with punishments or bonuses for Tears of the Kingdom? Mr. Coin, you saw one YouTuber do one of them the other day. I could do something like that. I don't want that to be part of the, like, main run, right? If I do go make another foray into Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I think that second repeat might fit a spin the wheel better. Maybe maybe there could be 25 different, or actually, it would have to be more than 25 now that I think about it. It would have to be something more akin to, like, say, 50 or 35. And we could make, like, a Tears of the Kingdom custom bingo where we fill in the bingo with 25 spins. Not 100% sure how that'll work out. You know, idea is still pending. Patent's still pending too, I might add. But yeah, I could do something like that. Viable. I would just have to have enough people to make the spin worthwhile. I think that's something else that would have to be there, is I would want to have a number of people to do the spins with. And while I have a small audience, I do not have an audience of the right size in order to not make the wheel spins particularly lopsided. These are just things I'm thinking of as I'm, you know, as we're kind of talking about this. Let me go ahead and swap over to YouTube real quick. Mr. Shiny says restricted runs are also very fun. These are runs where you play through the game without using a specific game mechanic. Interesting. Methinks that, you know, hitless or deathless runs might be right up your alley then. Okay, that's pretty cool. Especially hitless or deathless runs that, you know, restrict you to only being able to use certain spells or some such thing anyway. Greetings, Troll Castle official. I'll just go ahead and read this. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today. And hope you enjoy your stay, however limited that is. Let's see. I've received another client suggestion ticket. Okay. Yep. Thank you for letting me know, Troll Castle official. And thank you for letting me know that it is not time sensitive either. Yeah, I'll check that out after stream. I'll probably at least look at it during break, but I probably won't engage with it until after stream. Okay, I need to, like, turn around. No problem. Thank you again for stopping by. What I've thought about doing with you shall take your leave now. No worries, Troll Castle official. Have a good rest of your day since you are taking your leave. And I hope you are well rested and are merry. Ah, yes, right here. This right here. Let me just scooch that right on by. Just like this. Ah, this is a bargainer statue. When I'm right, I'm right. Oh, also, why am I always end up moving off to the left. I do not really quite understand why. You who stand before me, make an offering. Offer pose to me. Spirits that ought to return to the afterlife. They are pitiful beings who have lost their way home and wander this land. I am one who returns all opposed to the afterlife without prejudice. Good, evil, that's the feudal perspective of narrow-minded beings. There is no such distinction in wandering spirits. I take it you have encountered my brethren. Lucas Soccer says one thing you did enjoy was a challenge that a YouTuber called Point Crow did, where he could only use... I just read ahead with my eyeballs. He could only use weapons, shields, and bows with meat fused to it. Wow, what a meat slapper. Eh?
Sure, Jan.
Yeah, That's fine. I take it you've encountered my brethren. Stay a moment. Oh, are we getting a new reward? My brethren and I have combined our power to create the Gators of the Depths. If you desire it, you must make a suitable offering. Gators of the Depths. Yeah, that's really what it says. At least they didn't call it Crocodile of the Depths, eh? Oh, but that might be an actual real name of something. Probably a trading card, if I had to guess. Gators acquired by offering pose to a strange statue found in the depths. Woven of monstrous materials, they offer some resistance to the gloom. I'm gonna go ahead and offer up 200 pose for that. Okay, I'm not obligated to keep the Sea Breeze Boomerang. I can buy it later if I want. Seek my brethren in this land. If you do so, you may receive further blessings. You got it. Now that we're out of here, we're gonna head down and grab this area real quick. That shouldn't take too long. And then we can get back to business. Aelin says something random but kind of cool, but you're second cousins with OPOP. Oh, like you're related to the person depicted in the emote? Do I have that correct, Aelin? Really? This is a heavy weapon. You'd think it would be able to, like... You think it would be able to, like, two-hit these things, but I guess it's not considered a blunt instrument, too much. That's fine. What do I do here? Maybe I'll test it out. He's your dad's cousin. Ah, okay. That's really cool, Aelin. So... Does the cap depicted in the emote, does your dad's cousin talk about that particular emote often? Just out of curiosity? Because I know if I had an emote styled after me, I definitely know that people would be asking if they knew who I was. I could probably pretty easily make one of those, but I don't think I want my face plastered on the internet more than it already is. Still, that's really cool. You don't know him personally, but you know you're related. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Well, maybe at some point you'll get to meet him. Maybe. I mean, second cousin, right? It wouldn't be unheard of for distant relatives to meet up. You think he lives in Portugal? So my guess with that sentiment or statement there is that meeting up with a second cousin like that would be pretty difficult, right? Or maybe not even really possible. I would love to go to the sun-soaked spans of Portugal or Spain. Fair enough, Aelin. That's what I figured. Never hurts to ask for confirmation, though. Still, that's at least a story. I take it have you shared that with a lot of people? I have no idea what I'm doing. I need to pay attention, or I'm not going to know what I'm doing ever at all. This has got to be a mine, right? Yeah, the Walnut Canyon mine. And your ancestors had a castle in Portugal? That's super cool. I take it that's on your bucket list of places to go in this world then. You know, actually getting to take a tour through that castle. I don't like talking until one gambled it away. Sadness. Very sad to use that word. Okay, we've at least figured out the mine situation, so I'm good with moving on to Sky. How do I want to do this? Maybe over here? Sure. Yeah, I don't like to talk about this too much because I don't claim the heritage, right? And I guess I'll open it up with a question as well. Do you guys have any interesting heritages that you've wanted to delve into or explore more? Like, for example, if you know you have Italian blood somewhere in your bloodline, have you ever wanted to take a trip to Italy or, you know, source the ancestral documents to see how far back that lineage goes? And or even if you find out later you're not Italian, you're something else, right? Don't divulge things if they're particularly identifying or sensitive, but I'm just curious if other people have something like that. I'll answer that quick comment, and then I'll share the story. Lucas says, are you sad that they somewhat replaced Cass from Breath of the Wild with Pen? Not really. I mean, Cass did what he wanted to do. You know, Cass constructed a song for his late teacher. I can't really say. I wonder, let me try tilting like this. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna get this set up right if it kills me. You know, I think he served his purpose in Breath of the Wild, and now that he has done served his purpose, it's time for a new flighty, you know, big-winged friend to make an appearance. I take it is that a sore point of contention for you, Lucas Soccer? Aylin says, not really, but my grandparents live in Portugal, so you'd love to visit. Awesome. Yeah, I hope you get the ability to do that. You know, passport, stable geopolitical conditions, in air quotes, among other things, and the finances to do it. Cass was a good friend. Now Link has a pen pal. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one. Oh, you know what? I want to build the bigger one here, because I'd like to be able to move up and down more readily for this next part. So that's what, 6 fans and a steering stick? Yeah, 6 fans and a steering stick. Oh, I need to run some charges through the, through a dispenser. Okay. There we go, all nice and pretty. We'll put some bright bloom seeds on the tip as soon as I can get myself all situated. And then, you know, while we're flying, I can share this about myself, because it's not something I share too often. I have pretty strong feelings about it. Okay, so now that we're in the midst of flying, we're gonna go ahead and actually what I should probably do before this is like start marking some spots we can go check out. There's a Korok seed right there. There's another one over here. Yeah, it's on this one here. Anyone else? Yeah, over here, and I guess we could delve into this while we're here too. It's right here. Yeah, it's like right on the corner. Where am I out of stamps on? No thank you. No, I did that wrong. Okay, what gives? Where are the rest of these? I hope I didn't miss something on YouTube. I guess I'll go ahead and look. Okay, no. Oh, what? Okay, weird. Very weird. Can't put a pin here. Oh, so I guess we can't traverse that. All right, interesting. Things to find out for later. So, story time. Or maybe interesting fact might be more appropriate. So, I am the great-grandson of a Scotsman. My great-grandparents came to Florida shortly, I want to say it was shortly after or during the potato famine. Yeah, like about right around the time that was happening. I could be misremembering, but they came over and they got established in St. Petersburg in Florida. And they went on to have kids. And at least one or two generations were spent in St. Petersburg. You know, and then at some point my mom entered the picture. We're part of the Douglas clan. That's the Scottish clan that I supposedly have some claim to. And it's a pretty, it's a mild claim. You know, if my great-grandmother was Scottish, right, then, it's at least 1/16. It could be less, it could be more, but I do have a pretty substantial, I say substantial, I have a pretty moderate claim to that lineage if I want it. I have a coat of arms. There's even a castle that used to belong to the Douglas clan. That's in Scotland. If I wanted to take a trip, you know, provided I have a passport and everything, I could actually do that. Now, I don't have my passport, so I can't do that. But even if I did have my passport, I still wouldn't go and claim that. I wouldn't, you know, ask for a tour of the Douglas of the clan castle or the clan grounds. I wouldn't do that. Why? Now, my sibling and my mom, you know, I suppose my mom more than anyone else, you know, they have a right to claim that. I personally don't feel like I have the right to claim it. Like, I'm not denying it's part of my heritage. I'm not denying that Scottish blood is in my veins or anything. But I was born here in the United States of America. I'm an American. And that's where my loyalty should be. You know, current geopolitical climate notwithstanding, that is where my loyalty should be. And I love the country that I'm born to, for better and for worse, through thick and through thin. Even if I end up leaving somehow, I'll never not love my homeland. But I do not feel I have the sufficient grounds to claim the clan heritage, nor would I want to. I think that puts a lot of, not a lot of targets on my back or anything, but things are not exactly going over too well in the English Isles. You know, the UK, there's a lot of civic unrest over there, and I'm sure that it has spread to Ireland, to Scotland, to Wales, and so on. Like, all these territories. All of them. I brought plenty of large charges with me for just such a trip, so nobody need worry. I want to be very careful. I just about started to crash. So it's not something I talk about because I feel really strongly about not claiming my heritage. Oh, I'm not headed the correct direction whatsoever, and I need to fix that. What the heck just happened? What barrier did I, like, drive through? I have no idea. Oh, I think it might have been related to the water temple, maybe. Or most likely, it'll be the water temple. Oh, I did in fact enter the anti-gravity part of the water temple. Makes sense. That's about what I thought would have happened anyway. Thank you for the clarification on that, Mr. Jason. So, I mean, kilts and haggis are part of my future. The coat of arms, well, I shouldn't say future. It's part of my lineage. I could lay a partial claim to that if I wanted to, but I just don't feel I've earned it more than anything. I don't feel that strongly attached to my Scottish heritage, and that's nothing to say of the heritage that my father's side of the family wants to lay claim to as well. I just don't feel... No. Oh my good gobbledy goodness. Please tell me I'm not doomed. Okay, I think we just got it. Good. That was an amazing save. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, I certainly hope that the thing that you have pinned at the labyrinth is amazing. I'll give you a clap for that. My apologies for not replying to that earlier. I was in the midst of, you know, sharing bits about myself. It's actually the first time I think I've talked about that at length, as well as my feelings about my heritage. You know... Oh, I know what I can do here. I can set a... We literally just unlocked this. We could set a travel medallion here in case something goes awry. And also let's maybe put on the lighting equipment. Nice. Really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have... Thankfully, we have that medallion, though. We don't have to go back later. And we also don't have to wait for... Oh, what the heck? The heck's going on with the seed icon? That should be there. Oh, I know what happened. I moved the folder for this. I have to repoint the... No wonder it was looking weird. Yeah, I have to repoint this. 1 second. Where's this? There we go. Easy fix.
Hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
So, my lovely senators and inductees, that is going to be the time to do the pre-stream ritual. Not the pre-stream, the pre-break ritual. I want to thank everyone so much for hanging out with me up to this point. You guys have been a real pleasure. If you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing so, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube or both. For Twitch, you guys even get free emotes just for the pleasure of following. I have drawn a lot of really nice emotes as well. There's only 1 or 2 left I need to replace, and then everything on this channel will truly be mine, apart from the calligraphy ink emotes. And outside of that, you know, if you do follow and subscribe, please also consider checking out the Discord server. We're voting on a lot of... We're voting on the next game we want to play after Tears of the Kingdom. So if you guys want to participate in that vote, and, you know, have your say in how the content is being shaped on the channel, do check that out. At the top of the hour, we'll take the commercial break. They're 3 minutes long, approximately. There will be a 3-minute timer up here at the top of the screen. Once that timer has disappeared, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get back to the gaming exactly where we left off. I highly recommend everybody stretch and take a break during the commercial break. I have it structured like this, automatic, no FOMO, no hassle, just 3 minutes with advertisements to guard against pre-roll. That's the only time I play adverts, other than the occasional restroom stop we might have to make along the way. But that's really about it. I have things structured, they flow on a nice timer. I quite like it. Mr. Jason says, I'm more than halfway done with the Koroks, is what you'd be saying if this were the prequel. Too bad it is not a prequel, though, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the regular bike now, because I want to save on materials more than anything. Alright, let's figure out, what precisely we want to do regarding the shrine, because I'm pretty sure it's going to ask us for a crystal, right? Let's see if we're correct. The fact that there's no shrine to enter here tells me we're getting a crystal. Yep, we gotta follow the beam. The Sokala Sky Crystal. Is it inside the giant dome? I have actually no idea. I guess what we can do here is maybe poke around a bit toward the ends of the platform we're on here and go from there. Mr. Jason says, the Nintendo Switch 2 Zelda Notes duplication method was a resounding success. As of today, you turned 117 star fragments over the course of 10 days into 117 star fragments. Nice. And those are probably a pretty penny as well, so... Hey, I mean, there's nothing quite like making a good bit of cash and... grinding up for armor parts, eh? Gotta be careful. I can't... If we don't have that thing tagged with a, bright bloom seed, we're gonna be, I'm gonna lose it in no time. Anything else? Anything else? See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I have more than enough to upgrade all armors. Nice, nice. And nothing seems to have changed on YouTube. Okay, I feel like I'm... Yeah, okay, I think it's the monitor placement that's a bit off. Okay. Got it. Think so. Think I finally figured out the placement angle. I really just need like a tape indicator to know where to put that. I gotta figure out something, but I will figure it out. Okay, so we have the track here. Might as well grab that Sunday Lion. Let's see. I think we might as well check out the dispenser. We do have some small charges I could probably afford to put in there. And then as for the big charges, I'm going to save those for when we actually need them. All right, let's throw in 5 of these beautiful puppies. Actually, I could probably afford to throw in like 20 of them. We have over 200 of these things. Might as well. I remember this one being a pretty expansive one too, from me reading it on the site. Well, it has things I'm not interested in though. All right, I've convinced myself. I'll throw in 5 and no more. 5 more and no more than that. All right. So we're going to fly around and we're going to park right back where we were. I'm going to put a bright bloom seed on this so it doesn't go anywhere. 2 of these. Nice. That's a waste of a bright bloom seed. There's 1, and there's 2. All right, let's set that off to the side while we come over this way and just take a look at a few things. You know, figure out if there's some other thing we should be paying attention to more than anything else. I don't think so. I think this is just a bunch of gobbledygook, random location, like random bits just cause. Yeah, I don't, we're not getting anything from this. That's cool. We don't have to worry about time wasted then. All right, I see the giant hole in that Death Star looking thing. Let's go claim it for ourselves. No, 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 no. Oh. Okay, well, I know what we're meant to do, so we're gonna make sure we do that then. Maybe like this? Yeah, methinks it's like right over here. No, just a little bit this way. Yeah, kind of like this. Oh, is there a stake? Yeah, there's a stake. What does it want then? Okay, well, I get some of this. Oh, there's also something else in the structure we should be paying attention to, but that's fine. Just in case, we're gonna save. Okay, that wasn't gonna work. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Let's see, can I climb down and get Maybe if I sit on the right part of this. Yeah, there we go. Climbing this thing isn't too difficult to get back to. Imagine if you can use Ultra Hand on these Death Stars and make a giant laser gun out of loads of beam emitters. That would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. I think someone on YouTube may or may not have attempted that. I thought I saw a video title circulating around. I bet if we just add an extra spring, that'll probably work. Yeah, it's just a third spring. It should be enough of a force multiplier to get this going. No. Maybe like this. Come on. No, that's not even correct. There, that's better. Yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect. Now this should work. This should give us the extra bit of oomph we need. Let's find out if we're right. I could be misremembering, but I'm 90% sure. Oh, this is not pointed the correct way. Let's make sure we're still in the right direction. Yeah, we just need to change this orientation now. Mr. Jason says, Tears of the Kingdom's Ultra Hand is much more precise than Breath of the Wild's Magnesis, but it's a lot more, but ultimately a lot more fiddly. Yeah, that's one of the things I can definitely say after, you know, working with Ultra Hand, this amount of time is, you are definitely, it's a lot more prone to not snapping right. Make another save because I feel paranoid. What? Oh, I stood in front of it and I think I altered the trajectory. Let's see. I may need to figure out how I want to. I may need to go back to the drawing board in terms of how I want to tackle this. Maybe I'm not thinking about it the right way. I mean, I pull this thing out for a reason. I wonder if it wants a fourth. I don't think it wants a fourth one, but it may want a fourth one. My goodness. Finicky puzzle we have here. Oh, now it's... Oh, really? That's what it is? Oh, that's totally doable. Maybe if I attach some sort of weight to the crystal, that might work. Worth a try. No, that actually wouldn't work. That would be too much weight. I just have to be ready with, like, the, I need to be ready with, rewind for that. Okay, let's try this again. One last time. Come on. I know I can do this legitimately. I literally just need to find some way to not immediately require come on, Link, get up there. Thank you. My goodness. So Mr. Jason says, you were originally thinking of doing the duplication method with diamonds, but you don't believe they're worthwhile. 10 a day, and we need to do it for 10 days for 100, and you'd only make 50k, and you need at least 180,000. That's you're talking about the total number of armor upgrades, right? Like, it literally costs that much. Come on. Oh my goodness. Come on. Wow, that is super stupid. I mean, at least we know the exact number, right? I can't be that upset for knowing the numbers. I can be upset for how much just sheer ludicrousness it is, though. Mr. Jason says it costs 80,000, but you did all of the upgrades in Breath of the Wild and then ended with 100,000 rupees. Right. So, am I just missing something? Am I getting unlucky with this, or what? I think I might just be getting unlucky. You think it might work without the extra stuff? If you think so, Lucas, I'll try. Yeah, it's like I definitely think it works with the 2 springs, right? Because it's like... Like, 3 is overshooting, but 2 is undershooting. Somehow. That's the only way I know to describe it. It's not correct. Unless... I wonder if I have to be dead on to I wonder if that's what it is. Right? Like, I have to be dead on. Let's see. Like, I have to, like, account for the extra X or Z trajectories somewhere. That's pretty close to center. That should work. Link, get on this. Get on it. Just got to turn it the right angle. Probably. I think the angle I have is fine. Just, oh, unless you mean it's slightly off, right? Yeah, I can already tell. Yeah, it's like very slightly off. Mr. Jason says it would take you 40 days to make 200,000 rupees that way. Yeah, I can imagine. At only 50k every 10 days. Mr. Jason says the grinding goes on to say the grinding is one massive reason why you're so glad that games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not released at the same frequency as Pokemon games. Too true. No, 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 no. No, no, definitely not. You stop that. Okay. Thanks for the reassurances on that, Mr. Lucas. Let's not be silly. Let's actually use Ultra Hand to make this faster. Mr. Jason says you're not having the best of luck today, Mr. Coin. No, not really. Could be worse. I've definitely had worse luck. I remember live streaming an Elden Ring Reforged deathless routing run. Like, it was the low stakes kind. And I remember taking 30 deaths to a boss that I had previously only required like four deaths on in order to, you know, clear it. I felt really embarrassed after it. Yeah, that luck was pretty bad. Mr. Jason says, but then again, you do have to be crystal clear on the trajectory. And Lucas builds on this by saying, I guess you're having a rocky start to the stream. It's you both will get the applause. But it's technically not start of stream. This is real loose with what the start of a stream is. Only it hasn't quite been 90 minutes yet. I say that like the word quite isn't gonna minimize the 90 minutes, but yeah, we've already been at this for an hour and a half, and all we managed to do is fly around, get a few lightroots, and get one shrine. Get one shrine. I mean, that's more progress than we make in 30 minutes sometimes. I'm confident that we'll be able to, improve upon our progress rate today. I'm gonna go ahead and make the hover bike and put a bright bloom seed on this bad boy. Make sure we put 2 of them, because we're not quite done with the Death Star yet. That is not the hover bike. There we go. So I think you guys might have seen that there was like a hole underneath and like 2 levels to this like Death Star looking thing. I know there's something tucked in this sphere of death, and so we're gonna take a look at that now. And if there's nothing tucked in here, then I guess I'll feel like a bit of a fool. Mr. Jason says, I wish that having other roles wouldn't mess with the theming of your Discord, Mr. Coin. It'd be nice to have the roles like Spinster and Spinster in training. I mean, to say it directly like that, yeah, but I think I'll have to look at the Elden Ring lore, because even though it does have like a Roman Senate theming going on, there's also an Elden Ring sub-theme as well. I'm sure I can find some way to like cross that all over. Really? Okay. Does this actually do anything, though? I see something down there. Okay, it is a chest. I do see that. But what do we do to get it? And I thought this had 2 holes. It apparently has 1 hole. I think I know what I can do, though. I think, possibly. I think if I have a shield with a rocket on it. I'm gonna save just in case. I think I can use the rocket to boost up into the hole, possibly. Mr. Jason says, me and Shiny are established spinster masters. I agree. I'm very blessed to have found such very storied comedians. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I think you can only enter from outside if you have a certain rotation. I guess there's no time like the present to find out. Because it seems like you should be able to find... It seems like you should... Maybe like this? Let's take a look. So then how will we get to the bottom section then? Oh, literally like that. That's how. Yeah, you're right. If I had tried that, I would have bumped into the ceiling. And I probably wouldn't have even been able to make it up there in the first place. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 more of these and we can upgrade a different Sage's power. If we had a different Sage's power, that is. And Mr. Jason says, even though Shiny's a master, Shiny could still polish up theirs. A double entendre? I mean, a double entendre is worth double the applause, I suppose. Here, I'll make sure I get you that. And no, I will not be doing that every time we make a joke about pairs or three times. But I did want to make sure I at least did that once. There we go. Now we can get back to normal business. And our next order of business is another shrine and another Korok seed. I'm pretty sure there's somewhere in this direction. Maybe we can take a quick break and check this out, though. What the heck is this? Okay, what's... This is the second of, like, 4 islands, or 5 islands, I'm sure, that has this exact pattern. Is there... I feel like this is tied to a quest. And I don't know what that quest is. Let me just go ahead and pull this back. But I am going to make a note of the fact that this island has like a weird shape to it. And it's not the first one we've seen before. Mr. Jason says, but honestly, literally as soon as you discovered Shiny, you took an immediate liking to them. That's awesome. It's rare. It's rare as a human being to find someone that you mesh with very well. It's... Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I know what this is. Let's take a look. Is it down there? Okay, yeah, that's down there. I'm gonna put a skull on that, so we know to come back to it later. It's rare to find human beings in this world that you feel like you can mesh with as soon as you... Nice. What an idiot. It's rare to find people in this world that you mesh with on like on either a personal or some sort of psychological level. It's really rare to find that. Maybe I'll find a person like that someday. Jeez, that makes it sound like I'm talking about love life. No, I'm not talking about love life. You can find soulmates anywhere. Or Otherwise, just two peas in a pod, generically speaking. My goodness, I need to be careful with my words. I guess we've got some charges that we can throw in this. Let's see what this particular machine has in store. Can I get this little tiny insect? Dang it. So this one has, hydrants, time bombs. Yeah, not very useful stuff. Good to know. Mr. Jason says he's a fan of Mr. Shiny. I, too, have taken a bit of a shine to Mr. Shiny. I do try to remember that, we have to be careful about parasocial relationships in this day and age. I would say this about anyone, you know, even myself. You should always be careful with people you meet online. You never know what kind of person they are in real life. You could find someone and they can have all the hallmarks of what you assume to be a friendly autistic person or a friendly person in general. And then you meet them in real life or you find out things about them you wish you never did. And you're like, man, I wish I had maybe kept my distance a little bit longer to observe and find these things. I really wish I had done that. Okay, so we have all this. Mr. Jason says, do I have any enemy camps or enemies in general in mind? You've been looking out for somewhere to test your battle robot that you've built. So one place I can always recommend that you check things out, or as like a testing ground. Let's see. There is a. I want to give you something that isn't or doesn't require too much of anything. Yes, this camp right here. Or maybe even, is it just past the garrison ruins? It might be, but the Hyrule Castle garrison ruins, as well as the enemy fort here, are good places to test out equipment. Or like Zonai machines that you make, but that's just me. Mr. Jason says enemies are literally just outside of it. Yeah, the Hyrule Field Skyview Tower is another place you could probably test out your machines. It's literally right here. It's inside an enemy fort. In general, Hyrule Field is a pretty good place to test your equipment. You can find all kinds of random mooks out here, and you can even find a boss bokoblin not too far from the lookout landing if you want to test it on something chunkier. I'm trying to think of like Lizalfos type enemies to test this on, but nothing comes to mind for me. Hey there, or, excuse me. You think you're gonna dip? Have a good day. Thank you so much for stopping by, Alan. Much appreciated. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I see you back sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. And with that, do rest well and be well. And we'll go from there. Mr. Jason says the Hyrule Field Skyview Tower has several bokoblins and a boss bokoblin. It does. I'm just thinking about the fact that if you've got like a battle robot, that may be a bit of a confined space for it. I guess it depends on what kind of battle robot it is. But assuming it's not some sort of Mechazord Power Ranger type creation, I need to change maps here. That, you know, assuming it's not something like that, right, then, you should be fine to test in there. I'm merely thinking of open spaces where you could put the robot in the first place. Okay, so we've got like these stone blocks. Interesting. Oh, please do not. Oh, thank the Lord. That. Nice job, Tulin. Thank you. Oh, that would have been really awful. To suddenly have my hover bike just bye. See ya never. Or, you know, fall to its doom below in the cold reaches of the Akallan Mountains. That would have been awful. Okay, so I'm pretty sure our friend the Korok seed is like right here and is probably near this tree, maybe. Right? Alright, let's see what it actually is. Ah, that would be why. So it's actually probably up there. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, something worse than 100 star fragments? Upgrading all armors requires 190 large zonite. Ah. It could be worse. I mean, it always could be worse, I suppose. Yeah, that's still a pretty tall order, though. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. Did that really just happen? That really just happened. Is this still salvageable? Yes, it is salvageable. Good. Maybe we could, like, do something. Maybe put this up here, probably. Yeah, okay, I see it. It's literally right there. Just gotta get the angle precise. Yeah, the large zonite is... But at least I can get that in my off time, right? Like, now that I know that there are 190 large zonite required, I can begin grinding, you know, when I am not busy trying to, like, make good on the 2 projects I have just started. What? What's going on? What the heck is this? Isn't this supposed to be a ramp? Why isn't it working? Or like a launcher or whatever? Okay, maybe I should check for shenanigans. Let's check for those. Maybe there's like some sort of malfunction that we can find. I highly doubt that, but I'm gonna look anyway. I may even need to check in some spots. Game, you need Deep Firefly 39. Jason has 95. Yeah, that sounds like Tears of the Kingdom for you. Just lots of grinding required. Okay, so, like, what gives? Yeah, nothing. I guess I haven't finished checking the backsides, right? But I don't think there's anything here. Other than, like, random things to grab. Interesting. That's really strange. That one works. Why doesn't this one work? You know what? It doesn't really matter if it works or doesn't work. Oh, what's up, Mr. Jason? You exclaimed, oh, and followed by some laughter, so... This was a facepalm for you? Oh, no. I'm gonna love whatever this is. I eventually found out that you have to activate this. Like, I figured that was probably the case. After, like, there's an activation thing somewhere. That sounds about right. I just gotta figure out where the heck it is. And, you know, not bungle it by falling down in random spots. Below seems reasonable, though. You see it, you think? Alright, let's whip out the camera and see if we can't spot it. Behind me? Oh. Thanks. I guess I just didn't notice the gate. If I had, I probably would have activated it. At least we can get up there now. Come on, Link. Get on this. And it's a pretty nice launch speed as well. Game, you need puff shroom. 9. How's 270? Yeah, I feel like that with the puff shrooms right about now. I mean, I don't have that many of them. I only have 83. My supply has... My goodness, I was about to lose the plot again. What was I saying? Right. Even though I only have like 83 of them, I do feel pretty similarly. Like, puff shrooms, I get the feeling that unless I just use them without replacing them whatsoever, we'll have plenty to go. I think it's gonna be star fragments or, like, typical big items that are an issue or that become an issue. Alright, so now we need to swap this over to the other side. Actually, what we need to do is swap it here, because there's another one. Just how far up is this gonna go? Nice. That's pretty freaking cool. I loved what I did just there. If I could ever polish the skill for archery, one of the things I would want to do is actually do some paragliding. If I could get over my fear of heights or suppress it enough to do stuff like that, I would love to do, like, aerial paragliding archery. Okay, I think it's up there. You love this irony, Mr. Coin? What's that? Lucas says, safe to say my robot worked and destroyed the camp. Nice. Nice going, Mr. Lucas. Okay, I think it's over here. Almost. Almost. There. Now we just need to get the giant thing out of the way. We just need to glue this thing. And glue this thing. And smack it silly. And, never mind. Never mind. The irony, Mr. Jason says, is that you have 83 sizzle-fin trouts when you only need 30. But I don't even have 15 of the basic Hyrule Pass. That is pretty funny. Just gonna get that out of the way. Way up there so that I can do what I gotta do. Here's hoping that I don't need that platform. Might need the platform. I guess let's find out. But not before we do some mining. Oh my goodness. This is the real treasure trove right here. What do we want to do here? Alright, I guess I gotta start using the expensive weapons. Fair enough. I need to find like a cheap, sturdy wooden stick, before things get too out of hand. Case in point. My goodness. Yeah, we're gonna run out of weapons really. I definitely need to sit down tonight and do some farming before, things get too desperate. All done. Now, I know we intended... yeah, I think I see what I was supposed to have done there. So, we were supposed to drop this using a series of platforms, right? In order to, like, soften this. I think I'm gonna need to make a bike. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to make a bike to avoid complications. It's fine. There, just like that. Then let's attach the crystal to the back, and that should do just fine. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we can fight this. Come on. All we gotta do is just get this thing down to the appropriate location. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I might have bullied a few too many gloom spawn. You only needed 15 dark clumps, but you have 75? Nice job. I'm lucky I did not hit that. My goodness. I am like struggling so hard. I'm doing like a weird lopsided corkscrew here. This is pretty hilarious. Might be able to slow this down, almost. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Okay. Thank goodness. Goodness. I took a stretch earlier, but my body is telling me I need another one. Mr. Jason says, I think that Simon from Hateno Village should wear glasses, should wear sunglasses, Mr. Coin. His students are so bright. They are very bright. That was a good one. But yeah, maybe not Oh, okay, they're all bright in their own way. But if there is any, if there's any child that should probably be watched out for in that class of 4, it's got to be Sage's son. That kid is the sharpest crayon in that entire room outside of Mr. Simon himself. All right, what reward do we get for doing a weird lopsided corkscrew? A gemstone. It could be worse. It could be worse. It could definitely be worse. Okay, let's go ahead and mark this. And even though it looks strange, or that we haven't yet hit the halfway point, we are almost ready to go to the Citadel ruins that have been depicted on the thumbnail. I hope everybody liked that thumbnail, by the way. I tried doing something just completely random with it, and I hope it paid off. If not, you know, could be worse. Could be way worse. Go ahead and do this. And we're definitely going to be heading into this sphere up here, and then we're going to check out the labyrinth. The first labyrinth was supposed to have been the Picada region labyrinth, but I'm just as happy with this place. This place's labyrinth being first. I don't really mind that. What's up, Mr. Jason? Right in there, just like that. Nice job. This game is asking for 15 Lionel hooves. Oh, do you have triple digits? 267. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that was gonna be a triple digit number. Okay. So we have this weird thing. But now, oh no. Let me guess. I need to activate this by putting in metal blocks. I think that's what's gotta happen. All those random blocks we found, this is what they're used for. 267 Lionel hooves. Yeah, that's pretty wild. But there's only one Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. There's only one of everybody. Although, there may only be one of me, right? There probably is someone that at the very least looks like me. Maybe not exactly like me, but... Again, the whole doppelganger theory, right? I would be really dumbfounded if I did find someone that looked like me. Not gonna lie. What's up, Mr. Jason? Gotta get out of here so that we can move on. I'm gonna put a pin in this, and we're gonna come back to it later. The game wants 36 Gleeok wings, and you have 144 of them. Nice. See, that's what... Oh, so you have, like, 300% more, What is going on? Why can I angle this down so much more than normal today? I don't understand. There we go. You bully King Gleeox a lot? Yeah, I notice you've bullied a lot of the big bosses a lot. The Clumps, the Phantom Ganons, the King Gleeox, the The Lionels. What about the boss bokoblins or some of the other, like, medium-sized mook enemies, I suppose? What are those ratios looking like? You only have 16 silver boss bokoblin horns? So, very low?
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
So... Today is my goodness. Oh, are we in anti-grav? We're in anti-grav again. Interesting. Along with a shrine. What do I do first? Now is the time, though, for the second, advertising alert where I have to get the major shilling done. Welcome on in, Banana King. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've showed up just in time. We're about to do this shrine and take a crack at the labyrinth. No problem. Thank you. And if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom? It is, Mr. Banana King. Absolutely. We are, I would say we're not quite no, we're not even close to halfway through it. We might be approaching the 35% mark. We've got a long way to go in this game. Getting off base, though. You guys have been awesome. I want to thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. I am on a timer, so I have to be kind of expedient in how I talk. I've talked about the free, easy methods that to help the channel out, whether that be through a YouTube subscription or through Twitch follow. Those are free, easy methods. And of course, you guys being here and chatting with me is more than enough. But if you do feel like being financially generous, I have plenty of avenues for this. You'll find them in the description on YouTube, or underneath the video player will be a Linktree link. Just click on that and feel free to dig around and, you know, investigate anything you want. The best rate I have for financial generosity is Patreon or Coffee. For only $1, you get most of the same benefits that you would if you were a Twitch subscriber. You just don't get the fancy schmancy emotes or the reduction on ads or anything. But you do get premium Discord privileges. And even, dare I say, Patreon and Coffee content. I'm trying to make sure I didn't think of anything else. Let me make sure I've actually replied to statements. King says, played it once and currently am doing a second playthrough of Breath of the Wild. And you've also played Minish Cap and Link to the Past. Awesome. I've played all of those. Those are all fantastic games. Minish Cap is especially underrated. Mr. Jason says, the game wants 90 Bright Bloom seeds, but you have 736. You don't need any more. I've had enough Bright Bloom seeds to sell them back over and almost reach 999 again. Yeah, I've farmed a lot of these. Mr. Jason says, Banana King mentioned some amazing games that you like to push coin towards eventually. Maybe. It depends on what you guys vote for. If you guys want to see that stuff, feel free to vote for it. Oh, no, I'm a variety streamer, but, you know, people do like their Legend of Zelda, so what can I say? Before I'm running out of time, so just real quick, a commercial break will be coming in probably less than a minute. There will be a timer up on the screen. Once that timer is over and it hits 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick right up where we left off. These commercial breaks are to run ads for the Twitch viewers so that they are not pelted with unnecessary pre-roll. I highly recommend taking a stretch break for yourselves, snack break, whatever fits your fancy, really. And those 3 minutes will be up before you know it. I promise. But yeah, maybe I could bring all those nice games to you guys eventually. That said, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. I don't like taking these. I would much prefer if I didn't have to do this. Then I could take breaks when I wanted to take them. But this is just what's best for the people on Twitch, and in an effort to not create different, like, staggered approaches to content for Twitch and YouTube, I try to keep things symmetric and even, and I hope people notice that. Here's a question I could ask folks, if they feel so inclined, between Twitch and YouTube, or say, like, other competitors. Which entertainment platform do you prefer? Even though I should probably be networking more on Twitch, I prefer YouTube most days. I keep up with so much Let's Play and other content. It's not even funny, especially Magic the Gathering content. I watch a lot of it. I really like Magic the Gathering. I'm a huge Magic the Gathering nerd. This is the courage to jump. Oh, I wonder what impetus the game is going to give us for... I don't think so. I actually really like this obstacle course the game has going on. I think that's really cool. That doesn't mean I don't like live streams or anything. It just, you know, you have to pick and choose your content. You can't watch it all. You can't have streams on mute while watching a content video. Like, I may or may not have undiagnosed ADD, but I promise you, I cannot consume content this way. I have to be focused on it. Laser focused. Now I can game and do that stuff at the same time. That's fine. But this other stuff, not really. Excuse me, I did not mean to burp into the mic there. Mr. Lucas says, Twitch for watching streams and YouTube for just watching normal things. Fair. That's fair. Alright, let's try this again. That's totally fair. But I suppose the follow-up question is, do you have a preference between the two, Mr. Lucas? Do you prefer watching streams, or do you prefer watching normal things, quote unquote? I think for me, it's less of a preference and more of I just watch more things on YouTube, and so that's where I'm going to tend to want to spend my time. But if I were watching more things on Twitch, then I would absolutely be watching Twitch way more often. It's one of those chicken and egg scenarios. You like streams more, if you had to say? Fair. Completely fair. Ooh, are we gonna make it up this? Dang it. But it's not a lost cause. Maybe not a lost cause. I actually think it is probably a lost cause, though. Yeah, you can't really jump this. You could try. And boy, are there a lot of places for you to go. Oh, are we actually gonna make this? Oh my god, the save. The save. Just the absolute save. I feel like Bender right now.
I'm going to bend what I want, when I want, who I want.
Any particular reason you like streams more than, you know, pre-recorded content? Is it watching people talk about things? Is it the people-centric aspect of it, Lucas, or is it something else? I'm just curious, if and you don't mind my asking. All right. Up here. That'll be enough of that. Well, that happened. Oh well. I know when I do watch a stream, it is usually the people aspect of it that I like. Like I tend not to watch streams and lurk. I tend to be one of the people that can be active whenever possible. Because if you like, in my personal opinion, this is nothing on people who lurk or anything like that. This is just how I operate. I think lurkers are awesome. But me personally, when I'm conducting myself in private, I'm thinking, oh, I know no one's entitled to interaction or anything, but since I already kind of can't do something else and stream at the same time, I already can't talk and chew bubblegum in the first place. I might as well 50. Okay. We basically just replaced shields if we did that. Yeah, since I can't talk and chew bubblegum at the same time, I just lock into being on stream, and that means I give my full attention to it. I also, for the same reasons, cannot tune into multiple streams without, losing something that someone said or something crazy like that. I do best when it's just one stream at a time. Mr. Lucas says, I like getting to interact with the streamer and get to be involved and listen to the various topics they talk about. Fair. And that, I think I share reasoning there. I just also have other reasons on top of it, more than anything. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, of course Jason has more than required amounts of all silver enemy materials, specifically the horns, I can imagine. Shiny says, hello, I've returned with some pasta I've made. Pasta. I could go for some pasta right now. Ironically, I'm gonna have some pasta tonight, but even though I generally do like pasta, it's more like a casserole or goulash than a real pasta dish. It's something we in the States, specifically down south, call mac and maters. Or if I said macaroni and tomatoes, people would probably know exactly what I'm talking about. It's literally just elbow macaroni and like canned whole tomatoes in a pot with sometimes there's browned hamburger and sometimes there's not browned hamburger, but it's almost always at least the macaroni and the pasta. And okay, I need to like get my act together. I have been having sensitivity issues with tomato, and so for whatever reason, I experience a lot of gastric distress thanks to tomatoes. This is one pasta dish I'm not quite looking so forward to. So I hope, Mr. Shiny, that you're looking forward to your own pasta dish that you may or may not have cooked. And if you don't mind sharing with the class, I at least I'm curious as to what kind of pasta you're eating. Pasta sounds good. I could go for some right now. Let's see, Mr. Jason says, make sure you didn't get any fake brands. There are a lot of impastas around. Okay. Imposters. Oh my god, that was good. That was good. I debated the Shurjan, but that was so good. That was so good, yet sounded so cheesy. No, the Shurjan's got to be saved for stretching. We got to stretch the pasta, got to stretch the dough to make the pasta, as they say. And thank you for the permission on that, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says it's a basic spaghetti bolognese. Nothing too Spaghetti bolognese. Yum. Yeah, that's pretty classic stuff. I could also go for some. Yum. Maybe I should find a recipe and cook it up sometime. Like I did with the penne arrabbiata. I even though that was a tomato dish and a spicy dish, I knew exactly what I was signing up for. I loved it. I loved it. Greetings, Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are about to rocket jump off of a ramp. We're gonna attach a few rockets to this bad boy, and we're about to leap to the finish line. Lucas says, don't mind me asking. I don't mind at all. What is my favorite food? Give me 2 seconds and I will come back to answer that. Rasby says, wanted to ask about the software whenever you got the time. Can you screen share me the process you want to reduce button presses to? Sure. I can probably do that. It'll be after stream, if that's all right, Mr. Rasby. I'll probably also check back in with the board about the communal part of that ticket. That's about as much as I want to say regarding that. But yeah, I can snapshot some things for you to look at, and you can tell me if it's possible or not. Going back to Lucas Soccer's question, my favorite food is probably lasagna. I like lasagna more than I like anything else. I know, and I'm thinking people are gonna see, ew, the American likes lasagna. Oh my god, how culturally appropriative, how insensitive. Where are the vegetables? Where's the eggplant? I mean, I do enjoy. I've never had proper lasagna. I've had American lasagna, which is just cheese, meat, sauce. Cheese, meat, sauce, egg noodles. Or not egg noodles, but like lasagna noodles pretty specifically. I always want to call them egg noodles for some strange reason. And, you know, with actual real mozzarella or Parmesan on top. Like, I would have that every day of the week, hands down. Now, if I could have like a vegetable lasagna, I would do that in a heartbeat. Because I know real lasagna has vegetables. I know it does. It's just nobody here in the States makes lasagna with vegetables in it. And when I find recipes that have vegetables in the lasagna, well, you know, nobody wants to cook it other than me, and then I have to go out and source the materials. It's a hassle. So I enjoy my Americanized lasagna, and I'm fine enough with it. Mr. Rasby says, sure, plate's kind of full. No worries. Just responding to the inquiry, that's all. You can decide if you want to do it or not. You want to see what the process is and eventually address it? No worries. No worries. Thank you for broaching the question, at least. Lucas says, personally, my favorite is the salad that your grandma makes. Did I parse that right? Or is it called grandma's salad? I just want to make sure I understand that sentence correctly, Mr. Lucas. Shiny says, I am an enjoyer of Italian, Thai, and Japanese food. Ooh. Delicious. Unable to find a specific dish you enjoy most. That's fair. You could, I mean, general cuisine is fine. Yeah, I enjoy a good Thai or Japanese. And even though my gut hates it, I do so enjoy a good Tex-Mex bowl. The black beans, the corn, the lime, the pinches of cilantro and tomato with like some nacho chips thrown in and shredded cheese. It's not my favorite, but I do enjoy a good Tex-Mex bowl. I also enjoy a good bowl of nachos now that I think about it. Although that definitely makes me upset. The lactose intolerance and all that. Lucas goes on to say, yeah, your grandma's salad? What, if you don't mind my asking, what's she put in it? Is it like a traditional house salad? With like the lettuce and tomato and maybe the diced cucumber and like the shredded cheese, that sort of thing? Or is it like a Caesar? Or some other salad? We already got the treasure chest in here, so we're good to just collect the blessing and go from there. Do. Don't worry, we'll swap these in for stamina eventually. When we get ready to dot the surface of Akala, that's what we'll do. We'll do that. Mr. Jason says, you like the sound of that, Mr. Coin. But since you're lactose intolerant, that's nacho ideal type of food. Okay, I'm giving you the applause. Do I give it the sure, Jan? On one hand, the setup was there, right? Maybe it was my reading of it. I am still going to refrain from the sure, Jan, on this one. I'm going to wait for something where it's a little more obvious that the stretch is there. But no doubt what we're actually probably interested in is pure pain and suffering. Oh. You who set foot in this labyrinth of the sky. Go to the labyrinth of the land. Deep within its corridors, a dragon ring sleeps, awaiting the one who will wake it. What? I'm sorry, what? Well, that's the sky labyrinth. Oh, that's because there's an actual real land labyrinth. That said, you have to begin on the ground. Yuck. Fair enough. So I'm gonna at least attempt to see if I can't grab the Korok that's here just like really quick. If I can't because it's in the labyrinth, that's fine, but you know, I'm gonna at least make the good old college try. Lucas says it has chicken fried lo mein noodles, tomatoes, and a few other things, but you care about the dressing more than the actual salad. That's fair. Well, nothing. Well, if people want a trippy little environment. That was weird. I'm gonna clip that. I hope the clip I made caught that. Mr. Jason says, leave a temporary travel medallion at the activation thing. Why specifically the activation thing? Because the shrine's right there. Was that, since that's what you did, was that a matter of personal convenience for you? Is that what happened there? Come on. There we go. You forgot about the shrine? Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, can we kind of get up there a little bit? And it really shouldn't be too bad. And the jump does affect this. Okay. And we have a spare elixir. I don't see why we couldn't use that. And now we're going to just do that real quick. This would be fun to do. If there was like a way to do this sort of low grab thing, but in real life, I would be pretty enthused about that. Because not everyone has the opportunity to go into space. Did I forget about the shrine? No, sir. I did not. I wanted to get the hover bike back, is what that was. Okay, is this platform over here has to be wait, that looks like a King Hydra platform, or a King Gliok platform. I think it's a King Gliok platform. We're gonna find out just real quick. That will be a flux construct platform, Mr. Coin. Okay. In that case, then I'm gonna put a skull mark on it, and we're gonna move on. I was gonna check it out, but now that I know what it is, we don't have to waste time on it. Definitely worth checking out later, though. All right, now we have the. We started we started in the sky. Now we'll move to the ground, and we'll eventually find this sky labyrinth again, or we'll find the ground counterpart to the sky labyrinth. Mr. Jason said, I thought I'd let Mr. Coin know, as I visited the King Glioks so much that you recognize their islands. No doubt about it. Like, if I look at this. Okay, so these islands here are... I can't believe the game knows that's the last spot I died to. That's got to be a skull. So they're kind of like these balloon-shaped islands, whereas the Forge Construct islands are kind of shaped like a spike ball. Makes sense. Lucas says, can you find another King Gliok today at the end of the stream, please? Well, as long as you don't mind me fighting the same one, I think I can manage that. You asked nicely, so I'll honor that request. I know there are 5 or 4. There's between 4 and 5 King Glioks. Did I say something stupid just now? Did I like go halfway through a sentence for King Glioks, Mr. Coin? Thank you, Mr. Jason. Yeah, as long as you don't mind. You think one is above Eventide Isle? That is outside of the territory we have mapped, but that's nice to know where that is. That's probably up here. 100% correct. Let me pull up a map. I can do this. This is actually a pretty nice time to talk about it. So, if you guys look at the object map, exclamation mark TOTK MAP or asterisk TOTK MAP will get you what you're looking for. There will be a search bar, a little magnifying glass on the left or right hand side, depending on where you've set the banner to, the sidebar. You can swap which location it is. That's why I say that. You can type in King Gliok into the search bar, and it will show you where all of them are. So we at least know the locations of 2 of them. I want to say the remaining 2 are like in the other corners. I think that would make the most sense. Although, apparently that's not correct. What's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Lucas says, I do know where a third one is. Ah, I see. Okay, listening. Mr. Jason says, I tried the object map the other day and you typed amazing streamer in the search bar and it directed me back here. Thank you, Mr. Jason, but your flattery is much appreciated. I truly do mean that. Mr. Shiny says, currently going through a feeling of having eaten a little too much of something delicious. Yeah, that happens to me. Lasagna is the same. I'm the same way with it. I could gorge myself on lasagna. I unironically identify as a family of 4 with box lasagna. I'm really bad about that. I'm usually good about not overeating a bunch of everything else. But lasagna, pizza too for that matter. I can safely identify as a family of 4 and what am I doing? And if people know what identifying as a family of 4 means, kudos to you. Because I know that probably sounds like strange parlance coming out of my mouth. Mr. Jason says, Kirby Air Riders was confirmed to release on the 20th of November 2025 for the Nintendo Switch 2. Nice. I know that Kirby Air Riders is like a really celebrated game. Is it like a port or is it a port or did they do like a remake for it or like some sort of definitive edition version out of curiosity? A sequel. Interesting. Yeah, I think I might have heard 1 or 2 things about that. I hope everybody enjoys that. Kirby's Air Ride was one of those games I did get the good fortune to try as a kid for game... I'm thinking of the incorrect one for sure. But it was the sort of game that I had the good fortune to try. And, oh my goodness, I'm not paying attention. My goodness. Mr. Jason says you could find a Thunder Gleeok here. And also Gloomspawn is nearby. Oh my goodness. You know what? You know what, Mr. Jason? I'm glad you said that. Because I was thinking, in the back of my mind, I'm like, there's no way the Akala Citadel... Like, I know about the stronghold, right? I know about that. Because it's in the picture you can find online. There's a cave with skulls on it. Like, that part makes sense. What I find really hilarious is I threw in the gloom eyes. I modified some gloom eyes, snipped them out, and put them into the thumbnail. I called this place the Monster Citadel for, like, the title. And now I can pretty safely say that my thumbnail ended up being really apropos. At least I think so. Mr. Shiny says, I've seen a Nintendo Direct of the new Kirby game, and to be completely fair, you're not impressed. That's fair. It feels like a slop game with Kirby slapped onto it. With the Kirby brand slapped onto it. Yeah. I mean, I have not seen any footage, so I'm not gonna, like, confirm or deny that. But I think I have heard 1 or 2 opinions floating around about the game being a bit less than stellar. Or that mileage might vary. maybe I'll look at some footage for it, and I'll come up with a better opinion than the one that quite literally just flew out of my mind there. That's a sure Jan moment for me.
Sure, Jan.
It's definite, says Mr. Shiny. Oh, have other people also said the same thing, or hold a similar sentiment that it's kind of not great? I wonder if Ant Dude, a popular YouTuber who's a huge prolific Kirby fanboy, I wonder if he's talked about that game yet, or made a Twitter post about it. Lucas says, have you played any Pokemon games before? Yes. I have played a multitude of them, actually. My first one ever was Pokemon Ruby. And then I played Emerald at a later point. Then I managed to, through a friend, play a part of Pokemon Platinum. A part of Pokemon Black White. Oh, what comes after that? I didn't X and Y is one of the ones I definitely didn't play any of. Or Omega Ruby. No, I'm sorry. What is it? It's Alpha Ruby and Omega Sapphire. I think that's the one. I did play Sun and Moon. Specifically Sun, I think, is the one I have. Did not play the Ultra. Then Sword and Shield, beat that one. And played a part of the way through Pokemon Scarlet. Let's see. Shiny says, sorry, my tablet lagged. No worries. No worries. Lucas says, one I would enjoy watching you play after Tears of the Kingdom, it would be the new Pokemon Z2A game that I believe is supposed to come out later this year. The Arceus spinoff, right? I hope I didn't, set off the inner nerddom of the Pokemon fandom just now when I said that. Because I've heard people say Arceus, Arceus. I've heard all of the above, and I've heard no confirmation on which one is the correct one. So, don't at me. Well, if I do ever get the capacity for... Oh, well, isn't Z to A, though, going back to what you were saying, Lucas, isn't that a Nintendo Switch 2 game? Or is that coming out for the Switch at some point? Mr. Shiny says, Arceus? Arceus. Arceus. Winky face. Okay, this whole thing is a sure Jan moment.
Sure, Jan.
But I take it you said Arceus, Shiny, because you've heard other people call it Arceus. That be accurate? That's hilarious if that's the case. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with mispronunciations, but you can laugh at them. We can find that sort of thing funny. Both Lucas and Mr. Shiny say, according to Google, it will be on Switch 1 and 2. I see. Okay, so we're like a prone pathway. All right, so we're like, they're going to be rotating things using crystal switches. Oh, this is actually really cool. I'm not gonna lie. This makes me think of, someone did like a short, ROM hack / mod ROM for an Ocarina of Time contest in Hylian modding. And someone managed to port over the double claw shots into Ocarina of Time. They had like a whole puzzle that looked exactly like this, just with fewer holes. It's really cool. That's what this wire cage makes me think of, or lattice cage. And then Lucas says, also, I pronounce it Arceus. Yeah, I also pronounce it Arceus. But I've heard just as many, yeah, mainly UK speakers say Arceus. As well as some people in the US say Arceus. It would sure be nice if the games had pronunciation guides. Mr. Shiny says, it's one of the trademark jokes of a big Pokemon content creator. What, like Z3? Oh, no, the Arceus pronunciation. Arceus. I could see why that would be a running gag. I could definitely see. Oh, we rotate the top and the bottom now? What's going on here? What is this, Stone Tower Temple? Or a callback to one? Think it might be. Oh, I think I understand exactly what this wants me to do. This definitely wants me to, like, rotate through or go through the box. And, like, rotate this thing at various points. And we're even given a non-junk item for such a purpose. And our goal is to make it up there. Okay? How do we do that, though? Also, I fell down when I didn't want to. We can probably do something like this. Oh, are 2 chests? Really? 2 chests. Alright, game. Alright, you'd been feeding me 1 chest so far. Why is it different now? Wow, that is I wouldn't say it's a dirty trick or anything. It's really not a dirty trick. It's just like the game so far had the expectation of 1 treasure chest, and now all of a sudden 2 treasure chests. Okay, we want to end up over there. But how? Maybe something like this? Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. We can navigate this. We can get through it. Oh, please don't tell me I have to rotate this thing from, like, outside. We may have to do that. Actually, you know what? We probably do have to rotate it. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on here. We need to rotate it 1 more time. Make that 2 more times. Did we literally just stop at mid-rotation or what? Okay. We could cheat. Could use a rocket to get up there, but I don't really want to do that. Maybe something like this. Let's actually get in the correct position. And let me make sure I haven't missed a YouTube comment. Okay, no. Good. I can more readily see YouTube or see Twitch than I can YouTube, so I have to, like, kind of keep a more active eye on it. Whereas with Twitch, I can kind of just see it immediately. I say this even though I've got the overlay to, you know, make that work, make it happen. Gibbs. You moved to Twitch, actually? Only if you want to, Mr. Shiny. I definitely don't want to impose that on anyone. I think that's... What the heck? Oh, 3 treasure chests! Wow, this game is a real... Wait, what? What? Wait, what's happening? Are we not rotating? What are we rotating exactly? Are we actually rotating like... No. There is no way we're rotating the whole room. Absolutely not. No way. I'm very perplexed. Although I think we've just gotten our way out of here, so let's do that. Yeah, that's all of them. Interesting. That's really cool. I enjoyed this puzzle a lot. Welcome on in, House Quaker. Good to see ya. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We've finished the Brain Buster, as you so eloquently phrased it earlier. And we are getting ready to actually go back and go back to Lookout Landing and exchange some blessings for some extra stamina that we sorely need. Housequaker says, this puzzle killed your brain, maximum spatial awareness, and almost halfway through the Koroks, looking good. Another 40 of them, and we will be halfway. Do I foresee that happening this episode? No. Absolutely not. But we can sure as heck try. Alright, how many Koroks do we actually have? 458, okay. I'm glad I looked at that. Alright, let's get out of here before we have our parade ruined by a bunch of lightning, eh? How are things going in your slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking, House Quaker? Hopefully, well, things are going okay for me here. Compared to like 2-3 weeks ago, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm not like fully out of the dustbin yet, because things can put me right back in the dustbin pretty easily, but I definitely do feel a lot better compared to I kind of just worked my way out of that dark hole I was in. Probably not Shine said, or I'm sorry, Mr. Shiny. There's something you want to grab somewhere in the Citadel? Well, thank goodness it's the object of today's thumbnail, yes, give me 2 stamina vessels, please. Housequaker says, pretty good, just ready for the heat to be done. Yeah, I hear you on that. I too am ready for fall to begin. Although here in the Bible Belt in the South, we don't get a fall. We get like a very quick fall. It's summer and winter around here. Summer and winter and nothing else. Yes, give me another stamina vessel, please. Just 2 more of these. And, we're all done collecting stamina vessels. Or something that wants to grab coin. Literally, I know about the gloom hands. You told me about them. We're gonna meet those gloom hands head on. No other way to do it. But not before marking some, not before marking, 6 Koroks. I already have my eyeball on, like, the first 5 or 6 I want to mark down. So Shiny says, oh, absolutely. And that definitely won't come in handy for him. Oh, I didn't read the rest of the sentence. My goodness. Thank you so much for the donation, Housequaker. Much appreciated. I will make sure your name gets on the placard at the start of the next stream. Thank you so much. Truly appreciated. I'll do my best to make sure your money is well spent. I have a video well and truly on the way that I hope to put on the coffee platform soon enough. Housequaker continues to say, you like the longer days, helps with the mental health. Yeah, I mean, having a nice long day can certainly help with that. I know my dad's health tends to do better when there's, like, sunlight for long periods. I really do fear for what's coming in the winter. Greetings once again. Welcome back, Troll Castle Official. Let me go ahead and read this because this looks important. We can confirm that the chief executive has submitted their vote in board ticket 2. Okay. Yep. And then they will not comment until business hours. Question. I have a question, and either TCO or Jason can answer it. For submitting votes or other stuff of this nature, like, my stream normally concludes at the end of business hours anyway. Should I be withholding activity or, like, doing anything in relation to the TCC until normal operating hours? I know I kind of jumped the gun with the earlier ticket. I just kind of replied. I may have jumped the gun with the earlier ticket. I just wanted to clarify things so that if I did mess up, I can correct it for the future so it doesn't happen again. If I did mess up there. And also, it's just good operating information to have. If that needs to be answered in private, or something else, I'm also more than happy to take that question there. But it's worth asking. Okay, let's take a quick peek around. Oh, also, I'm getting ahead of myself. I should be marking things on our lovely map here. Let's see, there's one here. If you guys want to follow along, since I know it has been like almost 180 minutes. If you want to follow along with the Koroks that we're marking on the map, for those of you on Twitch, you can type in ! TotK MAP, and you will get the link that will take you to the object map. Where's this? Where's this? Oh, it's right here. It's literally right here. And you can quite easily filter out and look for Koroks on the map. You can also actually click them and mark them off your map, which is really cool. Outside of that, for for you guys on YouTube, you can access the same map by typing in asterisk TOTK MAP. This way, you know, everyone has access to the same stuff. I work really hard to make sure that you guys have access to resources. I also even have that stuff available. I have the commands for accessing those available on our Discord server as well, so that, you know, you guys don't have to remember what the command is or anything like that. Do I want to do Terrytown here?
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to read the text and then go ahead and do the necessary stuff. TCO, Troll Castle official, says, did not mess up. Thank you. Appreciate that. You probably did not clarify correctly. 9 a.m. to 7:59 p.m. TCC time is the UK HQ operating hours. But at 8 p.m. TCC time is the shift of the American branch. Okay, so we're like the night shift. Is that a better way to look at it? So it is, for example, 8:54 TCC time. So yours and Natalie's shift in the TCC began 54 minutes ago. Excuse me. We hope this information helps. It does. Thank you. So the UK is the daytime shift and the US is the nighttime shift. Makes perfect sense. That cleans things up really nicely. Now, that little advert that we heard was the 5-minute warning for advertisements. We take a 3-minute advertising break at the top of every hour. It's to help, protect against pre-roll ads on Twitch. If I didn't have to run these, I wouldn't. I want to thank everyone for sticking by me and sitting through these ads or finding other things to do. I hate doing it. I really do. If Twitch didn't make this such a hellhole, I definitely would not be, doing it. But my alternative options are slim. Technically, I guess if I'm being honest and upfront, right? You know, I technically only have to run 90 seconds of ads, in order to satisfy this requirement. But the extra minute and a half of ads are mostly so that it lines up with the break time that I'm allowed to have. 90 seconds is not enough break time for me every hour. Like, my legs will tire out before the end of the stream. At least with this length of ad break, you know, we'll come back and we can pick things up right where we left off, and I do my best to make sure that the 57 minutes we have between breaks is chock full of entertainment between me and Mr. Jason and Mr. Shiny and so many of you wonderful, lovely people. You know, we can truly make something great together on camera. And I continually look forward to our partnership. Really, I do. Oh, there's one other, and we'll have to come back later and grab that. There will be a timer at the upper left-hand corner of the screen of the video display when top of the hour strikes. When that hits 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. The 3-minute break will be over before you know it. I definitely recommend stretch breaks, snack breaks, go hug a loved one, do whatever you want, really. Or, feel free to use your favorite ad blocker and not sit through the ads or whatever fits your fancy, whatever floats your boat. And with that, I'll wrap around to the board ticket that the Troll Castle official was talking about. I'll make sure I submit something tonight. You've got my word on that. Hopefully after dinner. because I get the feeling dinner will be all ready to go by the time the cameras have rolled up for the evening. So, now that I've addressed all that, let's see if we can, in the next 30 seconds, maybe find one of these blasted Korok seeds. What did I just hear? Was that the cry of a Gleeok just now? I think it might have been. Weird. It's kind of nice to not have guardians overhead, but I fear what's replaced the guardians is worse. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, a thunder Gleeok to be precise. I guess we'll make a thunderous entrance after the ad break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's see if there are any other people that have talked since then. Does not look like it. Okay. Oh, I feel like I'm wearing these headphones wrong. 1 second. Yeah, no wonder that felt funny. Had them on backwards. The fit must be nice when it actually takes me a second to process the fact that I'm wearing them backwards. Oh, they were up here the whole time. It's me, Mr. Jazz Hands. I can make your hands clap. Shh, 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 shh. Sorry. Sorry, that was entirely inappropriate. It's fine. It's fine. Surely it'll be fine. Yeah, I am not letting any of these jazz hands see the light of day. Absolutely not. All right, come on. Let's go, Mr. Phantom Ganon. Oh, I'm sorry, what? They can use spears? Since when? Since when? What? What? Toasty silent shroom. A whole toasted silent shroom. High heat may have destroyed its soft glow, but it's now fragrant and tasty. Mr. Jason, okay. Mr. Jason and Mr. Shiny are both saying the same thing. They can utilize a sword, a spear, a club, and... Okay, Mr. Shiny is also saying they can utilize a bow. Is that... I wonder how true that is. I can believe the melee weapons part of it. Come on. That's true. Okay, so they can use the... I'm sorry, what? They can teleport? I mean, I guess that's in line with the Phantom Ganon we all know from, you know, previous versions of or previous parts of the franchise. Does not hit as hard as... Yeah, they're teleporting again. Oh, I see. The spear user teleports. Makes sense. Nice. Get up. Get up, Link. Wow, that comes out fast. Just like that. Nice. Got him. No, I did not take a picture of anything there. Interesting. Gloom Spear, huh? I guess it should check out that... It should absolutely check out that you could get all sorts of weapons from these, but it's nice to be... It is nice to be pleasantly surprised by greeting the Gloom Hands there. There is another one. There's a Korok Seed right here I'm going to grab on the way down. Gloom Spear, a spear whose ominous appearance strikes fear into hearts. It is said to cost its bearer a part of their soul because its gloom will gradually wear down the body of its wielder. Okay, so all the gloom weapons take max HP. Got it. Oh, hey, I mean, that was fun. That was very fun. You love that ending, Mr. Coin? You dodged and Phantom Ganon turned to face you as you jumped around? Yeah, right? I'm getting better at fighting these. I mean, granted, the spear moveset threw me for a little bit of a loop in the beginning, but I feel really enthused and, you know, content with myself that I wasn't the same. We have found our friend, the Thunder Gleeok. I'm gonna go ahead and put a skull there. Mr. Shiny says, Gloom Spear makes a nice combination with this silver Lizalfo's horn to create a weapon that looks a lot like Reaper's Scythe. see. Mr. Jason says the only Lionels that still give me trouble are club Lionels. Yeah, just because the club weapons hit probably really hard, right? And you know, if you're wrong in your estimations even a little bit, even with good defense, you're still probably getting 1 or 2 shot by a Lionel. This was true in Breath of the Wild. I see no reason why it wouldn't be true in Tears of the Kingdom. I really, that just, the alternative doesn't make any sense to me there. Oh, I should probably focus up. Let's get nice and comfortable. Mr. Jason says, even if you're right in the estimation and perfect dodge, the club shockwave can still get you. Absolutely. And don't forget to be locked in. I won't. Mr. Shiny says, Club Lionels have attack patterns that are trickier to parry, but they're manageable. Yeah, I would generally say that's true. With a few exceptions. But we can chat more about that at the end. After the fight. Alright, locking in now. What? Okay, stop. No. Okay. That could have been worse. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, I gotta think about how I want to do this. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Absolutely not. I did not mean to make a capture there. No, get up there. I'm not going to be able to. Where is he? Oh no, Oh, that was a nice ragdoll though. I love it. Try again, and this time let's not fall off the fighting arena. Now that I think on it, I probably should try to use a Call of Fortress more than anything. Yeah, we're gonna have to just go back and do that. Fine. I'll unlock until we're ready to engage again. Let's see. Yeah, Gleeoks are just pretty, durable enemies. What else can I say? And then Mr. Jason says, isn't it also ironic that Mr. Coin is fighting a Gleeok and you refresh Reddit and a post on r/Tears of the Kingdom appears titled How to Defeat Gleeoks? And I bet I'm the poster child for what not to do, right? I'm willing to bet that that's what's happening. The HP of a Gleeok is impressive. You love that? Let's see. I probably have to... Okay, let's get like a nice potent attack item on this. Perfect. Let's see, what else can I do? I guess I could technically drop one of those and one of those. And then we got like a nice 77 attack power. Spear, sure. I don't mind this. Let's see, 8,000 plus a 50% boost is 12,000 HP. Yeah, that's really... That's a wild HP amount, not gonna lie. Alright, shall we try this again? With 100% less screw-ups. Alright, let's lock in and do this thing. And the Lionel's max at 5,000, Mr. Coin. I can imagine, or I don't have to imagine, you just said it. Yeah, the Gleeoks are like the real enemy. The real, like, field boss here. The Lionels are kind of a footnote. They're like children compared to a Gleeok. Alright, locking in again. Oh, it restarts me with the items I already broke. Wild. Absolutely wild stuff. Okay. Oh, I just canceled it. It's the bow. It's the bow. I gotta switch. I gotta switch. I'm just gonna have to wait for a lightning strike to show up. Oh, I'm at the correct level. Ah, okay. Well, that's the nasty bit of business over and done with. All right, let me go back and read anything I might have missed. And thank you for removing the pin. Much appreciated, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, add the fact that Gleoks require more skill than any other overworld bosses combined and multiplied by at least 1,000, and you have a fantastic boss design. Yeah, I have a lot of fun fighting Gleoks. I know I'm scrambling on screen, and it's like, okay, I need to find cover. I need to whip out a rocket. I need to do this or that, but in the back of my mind, I am feeling a legitimate adrenaline rush. It's really exciting. Mr. Jason says, remember they get nasty at 25% health remaining? Yup. And then Mr. Jason says, fun spoiler-free fact. Ganondorf, their master, but a simple minion to me. A troll creator himself even maxes out at 7,500. Mr. Coin, my goodness. Maybe the real Ganondorf will be the Gleoks we all fought along the way. Maybe that's the real boss here. And Ganondorf himself is but a footnote in their presence. Let me go ahead and swap back sets here. Let's we've gotten the Thunder Gleok, we've gotten the Gloom Hands, we got 2 parts of the Monster Fortress, the Monster Citadel already down. Let's maybe tie things off in a nice, neat little bow with the Monster Citadel, the actual Citadel ruins. Let's do that. Nice, obvious rock is obvious. Now, it would be really gauche of me, really droll, if I didn't make the, how do I word this? Link, get up there, buddy. It's fine. Oh, so paragliding will instantly cut the rocket out. Good to know. So much for, propelling up there, like, super quick. Let's just get up there. I don't normally do this. I don't normally break protocol, but I thought I would, explore the Citadel ruin cave along with this as well. I just feel like it would be incredibly fitting. That way the thumbnail really contains the whole and truth of, what I sold on the thumbnail. The whole and truth of of the location that we're visiting today. Now in order to do that, just make sure I've got the right Yeah, so we got two different spots we could go, like, check out. We've got the top and the bottom. And I think I'm gonna start with the bottom and work our way up to the top. Probably, like, here, if I had to guess. Just based on how it looks on the map. Mr. Jason says, I do love the Gleoks, though, Mr. Coin. Me too. They could go around and destroy everything if they so desire, but they just sit there chilling out and looking menacing, taunting you. Like the one on the bridge, on the Hylia Lake Bridge. Yeah, that one's especially sinister. And it's positioned really well, too. It really looks like a monster that you wouldn't want to mess with until way later in the game. But then the time where you should probably mess with them comes a little bit sooner than expected. Mr. Jason says that one is more famous, Mr. Coin. Oh, really? You know what? I could see that. I think that could make a lot of sense, you know, especially given the fact that it appeared in the trailer. I was just thinking about that. I was thinking about the fact that I think I remember being told that it appeared in a trailer. Now we know. Now we remember. Choo-choo, come on. Yeah, and so it totally makes sense that that particular Gleok is just very famous. Okay, let me think. Take that. Just gonna go ahead and use this one. Oh, give me that stick. Give me that stick. I've been looking for one of those. Thank you, Tulin. Nice. You love that Gleok, Mr. Coin? That particular one is very special to you? It was the first... Yeah, that sounds more sinister than it is. It was the first Gleok that Mr. Jason ever bullied. I have to ask, Mr. Jason, as like a nice follow-up to that question, was that the first Gleok you fought, by any chance? Not even like the first one you tormented with your many weapons, but the first one you fought, period. Mr. Shiny says, my personal favorite is either the King or the Frost Gleok. I could see that. I think even though I struggle with it the most, by far, my favorite is the Thunder Gleok. I already have an affinity for electricity in fantasy games. And I just, oh, I was wondering what that noise was. I don't think so. I already have an affinity for this type of that type of thing in fantasy titles, and even more so in Legend of Zelda. It's nice that that's there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Give me all of those beautiful pieces of loot. Please and thanks. Pretty sure this was a monster chest up here. Yes, it is a monster chest. Good. Mr. Jason says, and here's the lore of why you say bully. Due to the blood moon, they don't die. But since they keep coming back, it is more in line with me bullying them coming back and me bullying them. Right. I get that. That makes logical sense. It is definitely strange wording at first, but it makes sense. I'm willing to bet that is where our good friend, the Bubble Frog, probably is. Or it'll connect the two caves. One of those two things. There we go. The Gleox be like, oh goodness, he's back. Jason would be like, Kappa, maybe you shouldn't be Ganon's minions, eh? Maybe don't do that. But maybe I might leave you alone. If these, honestly, let me ask this question, and this is also a nice follow-up to just the kind of conversation we're having. If the Gleox were sentient NPCs, right, that you could, you know, fight, would you? If they behaved a bit more like, Lionels, except they were not as hostile, would you still fight them? Some people would be like, yes, give me the dragon parts. I want to look like dragon, be dragon, smell dragon. And other people would probably be like, no thanks, I'm good here. Troll Castle King Jason says, nah, fair. So it is, the Ganon's minion part of it is like a big deal. Which, I mean, they're never not going to be Ganon's minions because we have a lot of, we have a lot of, like, franchise history to look back through, right? Oh, heck, didn't Zelda 1 have Gleok? Have a Gleok as, like, a boss? I may be misremembering my Zelda, as I have played Zelda 1. I've never beaten it, but I've played. Really odd considering I have a GBA port cartridge lying around here somewhere. But I'm pretty sure you fight a Gleok in that game. I could be misremembering, though. Okay, no, these are two different caves. That's fine. That's totally fine. You could probably ascend into the other cave, though. But we're not gonna do that. I just wanted to get this one because it felt on brand. We'll get the other one later. Mr. Jason says that they weren't hostile. You'd leave them be. Fair enough. Well, I need to mark these on the map. Okay, let's get a hover bike and let's get out of here, Got plenty of light. Oh, actually, oh, yeah, I guess we need to be a bit timely with what we're doing then. We cannot just laze about. We still got a King Gleok to fight toward the end of stream today. That's gotta happen. Mr. Jason says, in my case, you like Frost Gleoks most because of the horn. Yeah, the horns are very pretty. I could totally get that. Frost Gleok horns are great because the freezing ability never runs out. Attach it to a royal broadsword and you have the greatest flurry weapon imaginable. Yeah, no doubt about that. One more cave on top of this, by the way. Thank you for calling that to my attention. Do I? Alright. I've been talked into it. Alright, we'll just get the caves knocked out, I guess, while we're right here. One less place we have to return to, right? I guess that's ore we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to salvage later, but that's fine. Gotta find the cave first, though. Okay, I think I've got a bead on where it is. It's like back over here. Now, is it inside one of the buildings? It's probably inside one of the buildings. I just gotta find it. Yep, here it is right here. Nice. Oh. Another Misko's treasure? Da 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 da. Legend has it this hero once belonged to this armor once belonged to the hero of a world in which the moon threatened to fall. When you wear it, you feel a fierce godlike power flow through you. And one more piece for the former amiibo collection. since all the caves have a since all the caves have a bubble frog, we got to figure out where one of them is. It's probably behind these crates, if I had to guess. An amazing Mr. Coin. Thank you, thank you. Flattery will get you everywhere. I'm gonna just harvest a few arrows before heading out. Yeah, there's no way. Crates are absolutely covering up a hole. See, thank you for the confirmation on that, Mr. Jason. Absolutely called. Ooh, I'm gonna run out of that crate buster real soon. That's fine. All right, it's done. It's done. It's dusted. We don't have to worry about it anymore. Housequaker says, my biggest complaint with Tears of the Kingdom is all the recycled armor. The map is one thing, but the collecting and upgrading of all the same armor sets again was infuriating. I could see that. It's like, you know, why... Like, was the continuity on that really necessary? Some people would probably argue yay. Some people would probably argue nay. I guess I can extend that into a community question. Since a Housequaker brought it up, do you guys find that to be infuriating or a complaint? Where it's like, oh, I wish there were more unique armors or whatever, instead of collecting a lot of the same stuff over and over and over again. Or, you know, from not having enough different things between the sequels in terms of what you have to find. Mr. Jason says 147 caves equals 147 bubble frogs. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense now that I think on it. Well, I have the time. I guess if I go a little over, I can probably squeeze the time in to get all the Koroks and fight a King Gleeok. I think I could probably manage that. Let's find out if we are going to be able to or not. Mr. Shiny says, I personally never upgraded your armor past 2 stars that much, so it's not a huge problem for you. Fair. Mr. Jason says, I'm good. In Breath of the Wild, I upgraded all the base armor to 4 stars. In Tears of the Kingdom, the amiibo armor is now base game armor, so you'll eventually upgrade everything. But do you two find that... I think Mr. Shiny answered it. I'll answer the question a little bit more. But do you find that the prospect of collecting the same stuff you found in Breath of the Wild in Tears of the... that's also here in Tears of the Kingdom, is that an annoyance to you? Do you wish that perhaps there were different armors in place of the same ones? And then Mr. Housequaker said, I'd be fine with a couple of returning sets, but every set is crazy. It totally robbed me... totally robbed me of any sense of excitement finding new armor pieces. I could see that. They also made farming dragon pieces a huge time sink. I know, I'm gonna hate doing that when we get ready to start doing that. Yuck. Because the dragons no longer have consistent spawns. Yeah, just... hate that. That's annoying. Nintendo, with that sort of decision is one of the ones I feel like Nintendo's like, I want to own your butt for the entirety of the year while you play this game. I really feel like it's a decision to pad out the playtime. And some padding is to be expected in gaming industry, but at what point does, you know, making things consistent and, you know, padding the game in the way that they have chosen to do so, at what point is it too much? Hard for me to be the judge of that, because as someone who has done a lot of challenge runs with Dark Souls where I did quite literally do the same things over and 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 over again. Like, I am so Elden Ring and Dark Souls pilled that repeating stuff is just not something that gets under my skin anymore. And even knowing that the armor sets were the same, all that would really do is like reduce motivations for things. Mr. Jason says, not really, Mr. Coin. Fair enough. Mr. Shiny says, some of these armor sets are very cool, like the Barbarian set. The Barbarian set's nice enough. Mr. Jason says, if push comes to shove, Mr. Coin, the dragon parts aren't as many as the star fragments. So I'll just use my Switch 2 exclusive duping method that I told you about. Must be pretty nice to have that. It's fine. Look, you guys don't... you guys specifically voted on it. You guys are spared this pain. I'm the one that has to deal with it. Which is totally fine, because that means I get to quip and complain about it and be like, did you guys actually, do the farming? No? Well, then why are you complaining at me about it? You know, the stereotypical YouTube thing. Right? The very stereotypical YouTube thing, like, I'm piloting this ship, darn it. Don't test me. As a joke. The whole exchange is a joke, of course. Housequaker says, currently on your 10th replay of Resident Evil 4 Remake. So, glass houses. I mean, one person's new game plus is another person's tedious repetition, right? A nice play on trash versus treasure, right? Mr. Jason says, I did all the legitimate farming in Breath of the Wild and most in Tears of the Kingdom. I'm going to do it all legit. I want people to sincerely trust in when I say I've spent, hundreds of hours farming these things. I don't want that to be an exaggeration. Not that I want to necessarily spend hundreds of hours, but if I, have to do that, right? Then, it should actually just be a legitimate thing. There's no reason to fake that other than, maybe I would maybe be more amenable to that sort of duplication strategy if I had 4 Let's Plays. If I were a bigger content creator, let's say, then I think it would make a lot more sense to maybe give that some consideration. But I think that robs people of the experience they're looking for, which is suffering incarnate. No, I'm kidding. That part's a joke. It's definitely this. No, it's not. It is... It's like this? No. Other way. Okay, that's not correct. What gives? Let me look and see how this actually fits the shape. Okay, this has to go, right here. If I look at it, right? This has to go here. But turned over. And flipped around. Oh, it's so close, but that's not really quite correct. Okay, I'm definitely having my brain broken by a simple cube rotation puzzle. I mean... Like I was saying, the whole 10 repeats of Resident Evil 4 versus, repeating and doing and spending hundreds of hours to grind a new game plus. It's everyone's got a circle of hell they're comfortable with, right? For context, the reason I say this is there is a I think I might have mentioned this one other time, but there's a franchise called the Shin Megami Tensei franchise. There is a and I guess it's precursor franchise, the Megami Tensei franchise, that consists of like 2 entries. There's a spin-off called The Last Bible series. It's a kid's version of the same game. Note that Shin Megami Tensei is basically what if Pokemon, but replaced with real-world references, have Booba exposed sometimes. It gets better with the later versions, but the earlier ones didn't give 2 flying hoots about whether, bird boob was exposed or not. And what if entirely adult themes? It's a cult adult Pokemon. It's the best way I know to describe it. That spin-off had a spin-off, and that spin-off is called Megami Tensei Last Bible Special, and it's a wizardry clone. And there are people that, even though the game kind of like sucks, right? Even though the game is not necessarily the most enjoyable, there are people. Okay. Oh, you know what I just realized? I have this all wrong. Because look, the 3 open squares are missing. But that game, and wizardry games are known for this, where it's like RNG on top of RNG. Like, even solving a puzzle is up to random chance. And the actual console or system that it's played on is slow as molasses. So you're going to be spending like a year playing that game, and you're going to have like the 9th circle or 6th circle of hell as your experience for what is enjoyable. Okay, I think I'm just not having a good time with this. Okay, let me actually get up here and try going this way. There's a circle of hell for everybody that's enjoyable. Oh. Really? There's no way that's correct. Oh my god. Yes, it broke my brain until I looked at it front side facing in. Got it. Okay, we have 12 minutes left. Let's, it feels like cheating, but I am gonna, like, go grab the same, King Gleok from earlier, because I get the feeling all the other ones are in areas we haven't been to yet. And so I'm gonna kindly dub this as the Akala incident, where I wasn't intending to go to Akala until much later, but people were like, I had people vote, and people were like, yeah, we really think you should go do Akala as soon as humanly possible. That's fine. I have no problem changing my plans or anything like that. But I do get to poke fun of it. Poke fun at it, excuse me. Mr. Jason says, and anyway, to each their own. Fair. That's the important thing. Everyone has a circle of hell they enjoy. People are welcome to call me out on taking on duping now. Why would I? We have people in this community that are speedrunners. Why would I do that? Other than to maybe, sass you a little bit, and in which case, I would have already I would have gone and done that already. But then you'll politely respond with, Do you have 1900 out of 1900 Koroks? If we're going by that tally, right? I have 1461. No, wait, they're 900. I have 1361 of the required total for that. Because you do, yes, of course you do, Mr. Jason. You've beaten this game multiple times. But that's a good thing. Sassing, gentle sassing. Mr. Shiny says about that, I'm a Pokemon enjoyer, and despite latest mainline games not being the best, to say the least, you still do enjoy them. Yeah, like, and there are people that are going to say, in regard to that, maybe they would agree with you with, why did I, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting, like, personal lores mixed up here. There are people that would probably agree with you with Sword and Shield. I do. Even though it's unfortunate that that is the case. I do agree with them. But Scarlet and Violet, I've actually had some people say, it's actually quite good. Once you get past, like, the loopholes and the high school plot going on, there's actually something more to be had there. I could see that. Go ahead and save here. Mr. Shiny goes on to say, I still have a $100 game by Bandai Namco and a certain anime on your PS4. And the worst part of it is that despite it being grindy slop, you enjoyed it. See? What did I say? I'm reiterating this as like a joke. Everyone has a circle of hell that they enjoy. My circle of hell is like Elden Ring. People are gonna be like, well, why do you like difficult Souls games? Why? Or like Neo or Dark Souls 2. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is an even better example, where the clunk is part of the charm. But by the same token, the story is great. And I will go through, I would probably endure, let's say, a tip of hot metal on like a toenail or something along those lines just to play Dark Souls 2. I cannot stress this enough. That is my circle of hell. I enjoy it. It's not for everyone. Mr. Jason says, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are amazing games on Nintendo Switch too. They're probably way better. Again, if you guys want to see this, a better Scarlet and Violet experience, there's a YouTuber. He's pretty popular. His name is Hero Volti. You should check out his content. He's a VTuber, virtual YouTuber. Although the VTuber avatar does not show up for recorded content. It's just live streams. And I believe he's in the UK. I think he lives somewhere in the UK. So if you guys enjoy lots of Pokemon fan games or Pokemon content, you will enjoy it. There's something there for everyone. The dude also has separate Yu-Gi-Oh unboxing channels, which I think is really cool. I like Yu-Gi-Oh, but I like watching it more than playing it. I have a complicated card game already. 2 complicated card games is a bit excessive. Just a smidge excessive. But yeah, everyone has a circle of hell they enjoy. And the best part is it doesn't matter whether we're going for, the Divine Comedy, like the Icy Circle of Hell, or John Milton's, Lake of Fire, like what's described in the Bible. Both are equivalently repugnant circles of hell. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, also, before I'm here, before I get too carried away, I'm glad I happened to be looking somewhere else when this happened. That would have been really awful to get locked in and then have the capture card freeze. It happens more often when I start unplugging it for projects, which is why I try not to do that. Mr. Jason says, yes, it's 9:54 p.m. for you, but how is it Tuesday already? It feels earlier than it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Time flies when you have fun, I guess. Not 100% sure apart from that. Mr. Shiny says, don't mind me asking, but what card game do you play? I'm not currently playing it, of course, but Magic the Gathering is my card game of choice. You have to go, Mr. Coin. Take care, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to have you along for the ride. I hope to see you back sooner than later, my lovely senator. Good sir. And with that, rest well, be well, and see you next time. But yes, Mr. Shiny, to actually make sure I've answered your question on a different breath than talking to someone else. Yeah, Magic the Gathering. The card game, is it Richard Garfield? I think it's Richard Garfield. He made the game. It's like a 25-year-old game at this point, or like a 20-year-old card game. Its most notable, one of its more notable set releases was this recent one, The Edge of Eternities. It's the space-themed part of the set, and it's got some amazing bombs in it. I play Commander / Brawl. That's normally what I spend my spare time with, is singles, 100 or 60 card singleton with a card you can have out in an extra slot somewhere that you can cast at any time. It's really, really neat. Oh, Magic the Gathering? Mm-hmm. You've watched some Magic the Gathering content in the past? I'm a huge Magic the Gathering junkie. I love the fact that the game is Turing complete and you can actually build a computer out of it. Not like a real one, mind you, but the concept of a computer. I believe his name is Kyle Hill. He's on YouTube. He's like a science tuber and a Magic the Gathering content creator. He works with Tolarian College, Tolarian Academy, and a few other things. Tolarian Community College, that's what I'm looking for. And on a few other Commander-centric channels. If you like complex card games and you want a good atmosphere that's cozy and friendly, check out the videos. I don't think you'll regret them. Currently interested in Pokemon, TCG, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Though? Fair. I could see the appeal of Pokemon, but it's not really my shtick. In Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to have Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards as a kid, but again, the more complicated card game at the time ended up winning out for me. And because of the mana system that Magic the Gathering has, if I tried to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, I would just get lost. I would just get absolutely lost with all of the unique card rulings and the lack of a resource system, for lack of a better word. Like, I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! Has one, right? It's the normal summon. But there are ways to get around this. You can take like a 20-30 minute turn right at turn 1, and that's a lot for me. I'm the boomer among complex card games, I guess is what I could say. Now, as chatty as I wish to be, and we could be here all night and all day, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta lock in, strap in, and get comfortable. And I hope to see you guys after the boss battle has concluded. Done. That's getting easier. A little bit. Still have to lock in, of course, but that is getting easier. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me read some comments and then we'll go ahead and clean up for today, and we'll pick back up tomorrow with where we're going to be going next. So, Mr. Shiny says the best summary of Yu-Gi-Oh is that free? Does it say? It says so. Oh, what on earth? Does it say? Isn't it? Oh, does it say that it's free? Yeah, I think I parsed what that second quote was. Yeah, like, you know, special summons are kind of like the bread and butter of Yu-Gi-Oh. Even like as like a comparison, right? In Magic the Gathering, we have a concept called a control deck, and the way the control decks work is generally even if they start, they like go first, right? They're usually setting up defense plays. So they'll like play a land and then either play some dork if they're like ramping, or if they're a hard control deck, they'll keep up like counter magic or removal or something. Counter magic is the fancy way of saying, when you cast something, when you play a card, I can respond by paying some resource and saying, no, you actually didn't play that card. It gets countered and goes straight to the graveyard. It goes, yeah. Graveyard, it exists in both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering parlance, so that's one thing that the games have in common. Yeah, spells that get cast or cards that get summoned go to the graveyard. If, like, the summon is negated or something. Something similar, I suppose. And early game, it's kind of like answering threats. Late game, you know, after you've built up enough resources and hopefully your opponent didn't swing a win at like turn 3 or 4 beforehand, your deck should be set up in such a way that you can continuously answer threats while also going over the top with threats of your own. You like tire out the aggressive deck. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no such thing as control. There's stun. That's like the equivalent. It would be a stun deck. Like, you get up, you set up the negations, you set up the removal, and you stun them long enough to get like a quick kill. Because of the fact that some stun decks can go long and other stun decks can't go long. And it usually turns into a slugfest by like turn... Well, in some cases it's turn 1, but I would say, from what I've heard a lot of Yu-Gi tubers mention, like it starts stalling out at like 2 or 3, or you start getting into the grindy matchups at 2 or 3. The closest thing we have to a stun deck in Magic is a prison deck, where it wants to actively deny the opponent from ever accumulating resources to play the game. Torpor Orb, Hushbringer, Vexing Bauble, Lavinia of the 4th District, Dranith Magistrate, Sorceress Spyglass, Pithing Needle, or Collector Oof. All of these cards that say you can't do this thing, or if you would do this thing, counter it instead. That sort of thing. Like, the stun and prison are more like in line with each other than a control deck and a stun deck are between the two games. There's a lot of parlance that stays the same between the two games. Graveyards, decks, although there are different words, like the same sorts of zones exist. It's what direction do you take it? It's very, very interesting. I'm familiar enough with both games, but I know where my mind belongs, and it's to Magic the Gathering. I could go on and on about this, but we gotta cut things short for today, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta cut things loose. I got a recording to do, so I'm gonna cut and run. I mentioned that at the beginning of stream already today, so we're just gonna get right into it. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary people, my name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. Pretty easy to say. I'm like the change in your pocket. Once a nickel, always a nickel, right? This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We'll be back at this again tomorrow, and we're gonna start cleaning up Akala from the tip of the tip of the entrance to the tip of the exits. That's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it, and thank you again for the donation, House Quaker. Much appreciated. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do in the description or underneath the video player. Please share the channel. Tell your friends, your coworkers, and so on about this channel. That is the best way I have to grow as a creator, apart from continually making better content, quote unquote. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be on Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, what have you. I'll see you guys next time, and with that, goodbye.